Mohamed Ghazouani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. The next question is for you. Your country has launched a very ambitious livestock production and export program. What policies and incentives are you putting in place for producers and processors of halal meat and cold chain exporters? What plans do you have?
Thank you very much for your question, sir. Before delving into the subject and giving an answer, I would like to say, or rather revert to what has been said today, because there are a lot of lessons to be learned. I heard President Adesina saying today that the potential is not enough. It's not all to have a potential, because obviously we do have a potential. We talked about 65% of arable lands in the world. We talked of 65% and even plus young Africans. We have a very able young population who can work, but who needs to work also. We talked about the youth of arable lands. We mentioned water. All this must allow us to recall, as President Adesina said, it has to be reminded of the potential we do have, yet we are in this situation we're currently in. I assume that my brother, President Macky Sall, while thinking about holding this summit we're attending today, I assume, I didn't put the question to him, but I assume that he has pondered over the situation of our continent in the aftermath of the last crisis we experienced, such as COVID-19, and the impacts we felt because of the war in Ukraine. This must have given me food for thought. As President of African Development Bank, as President of the African Union, to come and think together on the way we can feed Africa. Let's feed ourselves. So this is the right time to congratulate my brother Macky Sall's leadership. In response to your question on Mauritania, specifically on the livestock sector, well, indeed, Mauritania does have a potential, which is a significant one in the livestock sector. And I've just said, well, it's not all to have a sector, a potential. You need to be able to harness it. And you need to be able to tap into that potential. We in Mauritania, with our population which is that large, we are less than 5 million, but with 5 million people, or even a little bit less, we do have a huge potential in the agricultural sector and livestock sector. We have about 30 million of livestock. This sector is not highly exploited. This potential is not well tapped into. We realize that, maybe a bit late you might say, but when you did realize that this potential has to be harnessed, we developed a policy to make the most out of it. In this context, we built on that potential in the livestock sector, and we intend to go by harnessing policy so that by 2027 we should be able to increase the dairy production to 1,100 tons and to earmark 35% for industrial processing. We should increase our red meat production from 230,000 to 300,000 tons per year, and to increase our poultry to 30,000 tons per year, and to produce yearly 150 million of eggs for consumption. And we think that all this is going to be good niches for employment, youth employment, women employment. In the context of that policy dedicated to agriculture. It is true that we're nurturing hefty ambitions, but we're nurturing good hopes as well that we'll be able to make it in the prescribed timeline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, focusing on your country's comparative advantage, leading to massive production increases in livestock, poultry, and dairy to drive women and youth employment. Thank you very much. And my next question goes to His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. And I'd like to apologize for my earlier faux pas in that regard. Your country is one that I absolutely love visiting, and once again I say Mulishani. Africa is the only continent that really hasn't experienced a green revolution. Your country is richly endowed, and I'm just curious, what is it that you're doing, what is your government doing to achieve the goal of zero hunger?
Thank you very much. First, just to express our appreciation to our host, President Macky Sall, and his team, and also my colleagues, panelists here, and all other distinguished excellencies and delegates that are here. I think it's a very important question, and the answer for us lies around the way we have defined agriculture. We've been defining agriculture in a narrow sense. So I think the first thing to do is to broaden the definition of agriculture, food, security, feeding ourselves, because a dry definition does not address certain key components that will allow us to achieve a green revolution. So the first thing we have done as a country is to recognize that agriculture is a key sector in our economic transformation agenda. Very important. And in doing that, we're drifting away from the narrow definition of fertilizer, of seed, of extension services to mean agriculture. No. So we put in a program called the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program as a country. And that, by implication, means infrastructure to support agriculture, road, rail, but also energy infrastructure, green energy, very important, water harvesting, extremely important to allow us to irrigate, and small, medium, large irrigation alike. Also, to be able to look at food production from the farm, raw material, into processors, value addition, and then to see a country that will move into a situation where we're a center of production, processing, which is what value addition, and distribution within our domestic demand requirements, distribution into the region, and obviously Africa as our first priority, and contribute towards a global food basket, as it were. So I think that's a very, very important issue to us. And to do that, we're looking at also genetics, technology. Genetics, I just want to acknowledge what ADB has done with Ethiopia with regard to resilience in terms of the seed. So appropriate technology, appropriate genetics are very important to us in the crop side, on the animal husbandry side, beef for us, and for me this is a place I was born into. You can say I was born in a cattle crop. So it is very important to have the genetics right because of the yields around there. That can be extremely important to help feed Africa. So it also goes to issues of logistics, issues of moving crop or moving food from surplus areas into deficit areas. I think it's not just for Zambia, it's for the region, it's for Africa, because we do have, for example, self-sufficiency in maize, it's just as an example. But countries just not far from us need the maize, but we cannot deliver the maize at a commercially profitable level because of logistics challenges. So as a continent, we have to deal with those issues of investments as well around there. And that's it. I think it's very important. But also we are bringing in the private sector as critical to our agenda towards a green revolution for the country, for the region and Africa. And here today in our delegation, we have wheat farmers. 3 wheat farmers are amidst us who have come with us as the Zambia delegation. And I think that is important for us as governments to bring in the private sector, to spend public money on the private sector as well, because they are integral to our Feeding Africa agenda. Finally, I can say many things, but it really is not necessary. As a country, we are clear areas where we are sufficient in food, but we want to include that in wheat, we want to include that beef. We have the competitive advantage. Within the climate change challenges, Zambia still has the hydrology, still has the soils, agronomical conditions, still has really the expansive land that is available that should be put into production. But in addition, no need to open new areas when we are underutilizing the existing land for agriculture. So productivity is very important to us here. Small scalers are still very low in productivity. We want to support them to increase the productivity. For the same hectareage, same fertilizer, and same other services or inputs. Very, very important to look at it for us as a country. Finally, just to indicate that it's shameful for us to be hungry as Africa. We must accept that. We must accept that. Political leaders, us here, our farmers, our business people, we must wash away this shame. We must wash away this shame to our children, to our widows, and the like. It's very, very important. Finally, food security is key for political stability. Food security is key for political stability. Very important for enhancing democracy. When people have eaten, they think better. They make better choices. And ultimately, food security is important for economic and social development. So there is a vicious cycle which we must accept: jobs, business opportunities, and indeed social equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Hichilema. You've given us much food for thought. You've encapsulated quite a bit in the broadening the definition of food security, a holistic and multifaceted approach to agriculture and a strategy, value addition, technologies including genetics, logistics and infrastructure enabled value chains, private sector engagement, and again, the command to wash away the shame of Africa's food dependency, and food security is equal to political security. Thank you very much. Up next will be His Excellency President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. Just like Zambia, just like Zimbabwe, just like Niger, and all of the other presidents who have spoken prior to now, your nation is abundant in resources. Now, the food and agriculture business is a multi-billion global enterprise, actually a multi-trillion-dollar enterprise. So my question to you is, what type of partners are you interested in to ensure that your country and Africa achieve food security and zero hunger by 2030, and in the process create wealth for the people of Kenya?
Thank you very much. First, let me extend my gratitude to our host, President Macky Sall, and appreciate his stewardship in putting together this conversation about Africa, food, and the future. Let me maybe contextualize where Kenya is in addressing myself to two issues, two different crops. On one hand, we have tea. On the other, we have horticulture. Just to give you some numbers, tea, we have close to 650,000, 700,000 farmers. In horticulture, we have about 50,000 farmers. We generate $1 billion from tea, maybe $1.2 billion. We generate another $1 billion from horticulture. You can clearly see that for 10% of the land we do our tea, we earn the same from horticulture. And the difference is in 5 areas that informs the trajectory of Kenya's investment in agriculture. For our tea, among the best crops we have, giving us good returns. The challenge is for the 1.7 million acres, we are getting the same amount of income as 10% that we have in horticulture. The difference is that, number one, seeds and fertilizer make a whole difference. Our seed investment, fertilizer investment in horticulture is higher than our tea, and the difference is as day as night. Number two is mechanization. There is mechanization in our horticulture, from irrigation through processing, and that is why we have 10 times higher returns in our horticulture. Number three is there are more young people in our horticulture than there are in our tea industry. The participation of young people is as significant as you can see from the returns we get from our two sectors. The more young people are in a sector, the greater the returns we get from that sector. Number three is the participation of the private sector. We have a greater participation of the private sector in our horticulture sector than we do in our tea sector. Again, the returns are tenfold. And finally, is technology. The greater the participation of technology, the greater the infusion of technology, the better the returns for our agricultural sector. So what is Kenya doing? Number one, we are expanding our fertilizer input. This year, we have 600,000 metric tons made available to farmers, and it is so clear to us as government that the application of fertilizer, the amount is directly proportional to the output of our agricultural sector. There is no magic, there is no miracle. It's just if you have sufficient fertilizer in the correct quantities, in the correct prescription, you get the outcome. Number two, we are increasing our farming under irrigation from 650,000 acres to 3 million acres in the next 5 years. And we have roped in the private sector to provide construction of dams. We are building 100 mega dams in Kenya and 1,000 micro dams to support our irrigation potential and production. And number three, mechanization. We are increasing our mechanization potential from 40% to 75% in the next 5 years. Again, we have an ecosystem that will bring the private sector into the mechanization of our agriculture, again, so that we can progressively walk away, because there is a reason why smallholder agriculture is predominant in our continent. It is simply because of mechanization. You do not, the extent to which a farmer can do their land is limited to the kind of mechanization and technology they have. And therefore, mechanization becomes a big component of productivity and production. And finally, we will be doing our agricultural extension service, supply of subsidized fertilizer on an e-voucher system that is supported by technology, again, to eliminate pilferage, corruption, and to enhance efficiency. That, in our opinion, is the way into the future. In conclusion, let me say that the fact that we are having a conversation, so many of us as heads of state from our good continent, and we are discussing food, is not a very interesting thing to do. I think we should be discussing beyond food 60 years after independence. We should be discussing about how agriculture is not just going to feed, but is going to create jobs, is going to create revenue, is going to add value, we're going to do export, and that is really the trajectory that the people of this continent expect us as heads of state to have a conversation about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Ruto. Mind-boggling numbers there, $1 billion from tea and $1 billion in horticulture. Recurring themes, the trajectory and transformation in your country being driven by fertilizers, mechanization, technology in the hands of dynamic youth, private sector engagement, and your investment in dams. I love what you said here, Africa beyond food. The presence of your excellencies here today is evidence that we're headed in that direction, and very, very fast too. Thank you very much once again, Your Excellency. I'm going to go next to His Excellency Tiemoko Melie Kone, the Vice President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, for our next question. My observation is that in 2021 and 2022, during the cocoa season, approximately 5 million tons of cocoa were, and Ghana alone accounted for over 60% of global cocoa production. My grandfather was a cocoa farmer, so this question is personal to me. Yet, Africa only controls a small fraction of the chocolate and cocoa value-added market. What should we be doing to reverse this almost 100-year-old trend? Your Excellency, over to you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for this question. But before answering, I would like, if you allow me, to thank President Macky Sall and the President of the African Development Bank, and say to President Macky Sall and all his peers who are here present, send them the brotherly salute from the President of Côte d'Ivoire. And to come back to your question, I agree with you. It's true that, be it for cocoa that you know and other products, it is obvious that those who produce the greatest quantity of the chain of production are not those who make more profit. And this is simply due to the fact that if you are not part of the chain all the way through the chain, you cannot hope to make the profit at every stage of the way. And that's what we have noted. The producing countries, and it's not only for cocoa, they have chosen production and commercialization, and this has made it possible to have some resources and to pay off the producers. So what you say is true. That's not enough. You have to be in the chain from the beginning to the end in order to take full advantage of the value. And I think that this is what in Côte d'Ivoire we have understood. And from a certain point in time, over the last few years, we have set ourselves an objective for the processing, as President Macky Sall has said, to be present in the chain from the start to the end. We, as you can see, we have to follow the normal process, and the objective is to ensure that at least 50% of the production be transformed locally, be processed locally by companies that are on site. And this is what will make it possible to take full advantage of the value chain. And I have to say that the results are very encouraging because perhaps now we are around the 30 to 35%, but this objective will be attained very quickly. There are actions that have been launched that are making it possible for a lot of people to improve this chain. And we believe that the 50% will be reached and even improved. And so that everybody who's producing up to the end of the chain can make a profit. Now, just now, we saw the images of young people and women processing raw materials into consumable products. And this is an image that must make us proud of Africa. It is this image. And generally, this approach, which has made the President of Côte d'Ivoire 2020 has declared 2023 the year of the youth, so that these young people can get involved in the process of transforming these products so they can get to the maximum benefit. This is what I have to say. You have to be in the chain from the start to the end. Thank you very much.
Vice President Kone, you've said it all there, increased engagement in the whole value chain, production, processing, marketing, and branding. But don't take Vice President Kone's word for it. Recently, I was in Côte d'Ivoire, and I was given a box of chocolates. And I'm going to tell you It was the best chocolate I've ever eaten in my life. It was tasty. It was just great chocolate. Plus, it was branded very, very well. And I was curious, where in the world is this being produced? Got to find out. It is in Côte d'Ivoire. So it is possible. We can add value and we can be engaged completely in the whole value chain of agriculture. My last question goes to His Excellency Umaru Mahamadou, Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger. Now, the world is faced with, as we know, chronic food shortages. Your country has an initiative called 3N, Nigerians Nourish Nigerians. What is 3N all about? Just very briefly, I've just gotten a note that we need to wrap up shortly, but Excellency, the question is yours because there might be a few questions to follow.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais...
Thank you very much. I would like first to pass on the greetings of President Mohamed Bazoum to His Excellency Macky Sall and his colleagues, and tell him how much he shares all of the discussions and the resolutions that will come out of this meeting. To answer your question, I would first like to tell you that in the context of Niger, we are a country that is not really an agricultural country because it's a semi-desertic where agriculture is only possible in 1/3 of the country. Nevertheless, Niger has put in place an agricultural policy that we call the 3N initiative, Nigerians feeding Nigerian, Nigerian feeding Nigeria, a program which allows us to adapt agriculture to our context and increase agricultural production in such a way that the country is self-sufficient. We have our agriculture based essentially on rainwater, and this is seasonal and only falls between June and September, which means that the rest of the year agriculture theoretically is not possible. But Niger is working with this paradox whereby we have a lot of water on the ground. It is one of the countries that has the greatest water reserves, globally speaking, going from 1 meter to 1,000 meters in depth. So our agricultural policy, the 3Ns, is focused on the increase of the production. When it comes to production during the rainy season, we want to increase the yield by using the best inputs, mechanization of agriculture. And when it comes to the production after the rainy season, we encourage the producers to catch water from wells and boreholes, and this allows us to produce outside of the rainy season the necessary complement to the deficit of the production during the rainy season. And this is how the production outside the rainy season has moved from 100,000 tons to 1 million ton that we are looking at. And for this, we are building dams where possible in the temporary rivers, and we are borrowing for water at where the depth is not too bad, and sometimes we bore holes, very deep boreholes, and the deeper the borehole is, the more water you have access to, and you can get up to 100,000 liters per hour. And we can use that for much larger surfaces for agriculture and also for livestock breeding. So this is more or less what the 3N initiative is all about. And during the compact that we are going to present in a moment, we are going to be able to contribute not only to feed the Nigerian, but to feed the whole of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger, Uhumadu Mahamadou. Thank you very much for again intimating us with the advances that you're making in food self-sufficiency through improved access to water reserves and by circumventing seasonal water deficits. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I'd like to thank you because this brings us to the close of what really has been a superb presidential presentation and Q&A session with our Excellencies. Would you kindly give them a warm round of applause? As we thank our Excellencies here for placing the Feed Africa agenda at the very top of your respective development agendas, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to acknowledge their very strong political support as well as their visionary leadership as entailed in the presentations that we have just heard. Once again, I really believe that that deserves another warm round of applause for our Excellencies who have come here for this summit. We're now going to formally close this segment of the opening ceremony and allow our presidents to leave the stage and head on to the Food and Agriculture Delivery Compact boardrooms, which our presidents, as CEOs of their nations, will be chairing. We will be joined by 10 more African presidents for another high-level presidential panel later in the afternoon, after the boardroom sessions and lunch break. In closing, as the saying goes, music is food to the heart, and food is music to the body. On behalf of my co-moderator, Aram Ndao, and we wish you, therefore, bon appetit. Thank you very much.
Okay, I understand it is now individual.
Yes, it is coming. Yes, ma'am. You can even walk. When you find out the ballroom will not have many people because they restrict the people to each ballroom. So most people are going for the day. Unless tomorrow back when they are plenary session.
I don't know if ballroom will be for.
Yeah, but we're not tomorrow.
Alors ça c'est une excellente question. J'ai pas encore de réponse. Ouais. Bah oui, on va manger en même temps. Vous avez pas vu beau gosse là, beau gosse. Vous avez pas vu beau gosse. Vous avez pas vu le beau gosse. Ouais. Je pense que ce sera surtout comme ça parce qu'il y a plus de lumière sur les pupitres comme ça. Ouais. Après quand il y a les panels, c'est vrai que c'est sympa d'avoir tout met dans la lumière. Ouais. Ouais, c'est bien. Pour les panels, c'est pas mal. On va regarder. On va voir. Ouais.
Ça va, boss? Bonne panel, moi, un peu. Je veux savoir c'est quel panel il va avoir. Donc, monsieur. Merci, monsieur.
waaw. Bon, je ne sais pas.
Yes, yes.
Hi, sorry. How are you? Is there any chance that you charge my phone for 20 minutes? 20 minutes.
Bonjour. On peut avoir suivant, s'il te plaît. Ouais, on va vous condamner.
On a vu des films, mais on a hésité à débrancher on était présent, on a hésité à débrancher on était présent.
Il y a des caméras dans la salle.
On ira chercher en fois là-bas.
Même si on va,
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to begin. Mesdames et messieurs, merci de rejoindre vos places. Nous allons recommencer. Merci.
Please take our seats. We are about to begin with the next panel. Let's please take our seats, everyone. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, stakeholders, partners, esteemed delegates. May I please have your attention? We're about to begin the next session. Thank you so much for your attention. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, stakeholders, partners, esteemed delegates, and to my colleagues, the members of the press and news media. I'm Chika Odua, and I am very excited to begin the next panel conversation. This is actually the very first panel with our international development partners. that we'll be having for this prestigious summit. It is now time for us to go deeper in the conversations that we've been having so far at this summit. And that is exactly what we want to do now with this next panel. We want to deepen the conversation. We also want to highlight what needs to be done technically, logistically, and holistically to support Africa's food sovereignty. So at this time, I would like to welcome our distinguished panelists to the stage. I will call their names and they will make their way forward. We have Norway's Minister of International Development, Ms. Anne Tvenerum. You're highly welcome, Norway. The Right Honorable Andrew Mitchell, a Minister of State in the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom. You are very welcome, sir. We have Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development for Canada, Ms. Anita Vandenbelt. You are highly welcome. We also have the Assistant Administrator for the Bureau of Food Resilience and Food Security at USAID, Ms. Dina Esposito. You're very welcome. We also have the President of the Islamic Development Bank, His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Suleiman Al-Jasser. Assalamu alaikum, Your Excellency. And we have Rémi Rioux, Director General, l'Agence Française du Développement. Bienvenue, monsieur. So please take your seats and let's welcome this prestigious panel. So we have a lot to discuss in less than 45 minutes, but I would like for this to be a robust exchange of ideas, experiences, and insights. So I do want to encourage our panelists to feel free to contribute as you see fit. So first of all, we all know that Africa needs reliable international development partners to play a role in supporting its agricultural transformation. So our panelists are going to give us some recommendations and strategies on how to strengthen this role for these crucial partnerships. But first, we need to acknowledge the context in which this panel is being framed. So please just allow me to go over the data in just 1 minute. So first of all, Africa has the potential to be the food basket for the entire world. This very continent has more than 60% of the world's remaining arable land. And that includes about 400 million hectares of savanna grassland. And by 2050, Africa's arable land could feed about 9 billion people if the right systems are put into place. But the current reality on ground tells a different story. The continent imports more than 100 million metric tons of food at the cost of $75 billion every single year. 1/3 of the world's chronically hungry people live right here in Africa. It's going to take between $28.5 billion and $36.6 billion every single year to eradicate chronic hunger right here in Africa. I'm sure that you all are very familiar with these figures. So this is the context. This is what is happening on the ground. So I would like for us to speak to this reality and also to speak to the potential. So I'd like to begin with Norway. Honorable Tvenerum, your country recently announced a contribution to help 850,000 African smallholder farmers to access fertilizer. And this announcement came out last week, is that correct? And that's an amazing achievement. Let's just honor that with a hand clap. So can you tell us, Honorable, what is actually driving international investment into Africa's food and agricultural sector?
Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to be here. And it's so fantastic to sit here and discuss agriculture. To be quite honest, I think it's very strange that that this hasn't taken off long ago. But I think one of the problems up till now have been that, parts of the world, especially some of like-minded countries of Norway have taken some of the global value chains of the food systems and food production for granted. We know that hunger has gone up for a number of years. Even straight back to 2014, SDG 2 has been on the decline, which is terrible. But we haven't really started this discussion until the global food systems broke down, first with the pandemic and now with the terrible war in Ukraine. I think this is a momentum to see agriculture as a business opportunity. We have taken food for granted, but the fact is that the primary sector is a motor for development in Africa, as it was in my country, in the UK, a few decades ago. The business opportunities are there. I see as one of the things I'm trying to do as a donor is to use the relatively scarce aid money to facilitate, to catalyze private investors by de-risking, introducing de-risking mechanisms to make it a little bit easier for private investors to get into the agricultural sector in Africa. What we see is that, okay, yes, there is a risk in certain countries, but the perceived risk is higher than the actual risk, and that is something we all have to work on. The final point I want to mention is climate finance. I feel that with the COP27 in Egypt, there was a lot more attention to food production, food systems, and climate adaptation. I hope that will continue into the coming climate negotiations, because agriculture is it's part of the climate problem, but it's also part of the solution, and climate finance need to assist Africa in climate adaptation and food production. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have a follow-up question for you, but first I'd like to bring forward our final panelist. He has just arrived. We have the Vice President of Japan's International Cooperation Agency, Mr. Osamu Kubota. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. So, Honorable, can you speak a bit more to the latest intervention to assist 850,000 African smallholder farmers? How do you actually envision this contribution bringing tangible impact on the ground?
You know, the potential for food production with the right and efficient use of fertilizer is immense. But we also know that the potential loss of production on the African continent due to not accessing fertilizer this coming harvest is possibly some 20%. Now that number is staggering. So what we want to do is, obviously on the short term, we need to get access to fertilizer and get the prices down, or get the subsidies out there. But also in the longer term, we need to use fertilizer in a smarter way. So what we want to do is optimize the use of fertilizer. Fertilizer used in a wrong way is pollution. And it's also a waste of money for the small-scale farmer who invests in fertilizer and doesn't use it properly. So we are going to tailor-make and optimize the use of fertilizer. And another very, very exciting thing that we are doing in collaboration with our partners is that we are going to get data on soil health in sub-Saharan Africa. These are going to be publicly, global, accessible, open data, where we have mapped soil quality on the African continent, making, and with this data available, you're able to tailor-make fertilizer specifically for the soil we are talking about. So it's great for increasing productivity. but it's also great for the environment.
So tailor-made fertilizer, that's incredible. Thank you so much for that. Now let's turn to the United Kingdom. We have the Right Honourable Andrew Mitchell with us. Sir, in your role, you have a particular focus on Africa. And of course, the UK continues to be a leading partner for Africa's development. So sir, from your experience, can you tell us how you think that international development partners can coordinate together to really help to foster Africa's agricultural transformation?
Yes, well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here in Dakar. I was the British Development Secretary 10 years ago, and I've returned to government after an absence of 10 years, and it's quite depressing in some ways to notice how little the dial has shifted on some of the problems that we're addressing today. But I want to congratulate the organisers of this brilliant conference, President Macky Sall and also President Akin Adesina, on putting this together, getting us all here, and there's a real feeling, I think, at this conference that we can make progress when, as my Norwegian friend and colleague said, we face the aftermath of COVID, we face the appalling war that Putin is waging in Ukraine. And the effect of all of this has been to put back, going backwards, all the dials of the development gains which have been made since 1990, when really the period since 1990 had seen the fastest elimination of poverty in the history of the world. So to your question specifically, we have been in Britain doing everything we can to help both on the immediate issues. I was in Somalia before Christmas, where although the famine has not taken off as we feared, the effects of the drought there are incredibly severe, and we obviously do our best in Britain to try and, along with our international colleagues and the international system, make sure that we address the extent of food insecurity and starvation. But we're very conscious that if you could spend a little bit of the money you're spending on humanitarian relief, on resilience and on climate adaptation, then of course it means that the next time these awful disasters afflict us, there's a degree of resilience there. And the recent examinations of this have shown that $1 spent on resilience and mitigation means that the next time the trouble emerges, you save between $4 and $7 in terms of investment. So on the immediacy, we're doing everything we can to help. Moving up the scale, I think conferences like this get us to focus on the importance of the private sector. They get us to focus on the importance of partnership, working together, the system cohering in a sensible way, and also I think the importance of some of the work that's going on at the moment adjacent to the Bridgetown agenda, where we're trying to work out how to turn what COP in Egypt described as the importance of getting trillions out of billions of dollars of investment. And I think that's an agenda which Britain is extremely keen to drive forward. There are a whole number of ways which we can do that, and a whole series of different forms of financial engineering which help us to do that. But with the growth of availability of money and the growth of technical assistance to help poorer countries access this climate money, then we can really drive this agenda forward. So although I think we reflect today on problems which have not improved as we would have wished, I think there's plenty of optimism around, and I strongly agree with what my Norwegian friend said about the direction of travel. These are all issues which we can grapple with, and I think we can make real progress.
And sir, how important is it to make sure that we are all aligned on the same goal? So from the point of the AFDB, the goal really is 100% food sovereignty and resilience for Africa. So how important should we make sure that we're managing these goals properly?
Well, I think it's incredibly important, but we are all in the same space. We don't all have to do it the same way or in the same manner, but we're all in the same space of wanting to drive this forward. I've mentioned a number of British priorities, but all the priorities have to be in partnership. It has to be a common goal and a common approach, and development done not in partnership simply doesn't work. So we've learned that lesson, hopefully, a long time ago. But we all need to face in the same direction. We need to understand that the critical nature of the private sector. Britain, through British Investments International, is a significant investor in many parts of Africa and in agriculture and in the food industry. The priority which we attach to that and to creating jobs and so on, all these things help us to achieve these common aims. But they are common aims, and we may look at it in a slightly different way, but we're all driving towards the same conclusion.
Thank you so much for that insight. I'd like to talk about food insecurity. The lack of food security in many parts of Africa affects different segments of the population in different ways, and I'd like for us to reflect on this for a moment. Women, children, the conflict in Ukraine. I'd like to turn to Canada. We have the minister from Canada, Ms. Vandenbelt, to talk to us here, and I'd like for you to speak to this point. You are a renowned international human rights expert, and you've done some groundbreaking work for women empowerment. Also, I know that Canada has been very intentional to driving and supporting gender equality across the board. So can you talk about how we can ensure that as international partners continue to support Africa's agricultural transformation, how can we ensure that women and children are not left behind?
Well, thank you, first of all, for what is an absolutely essential and vital question. Je tiens de remercier le gouvernement du Sénégal et la Banque africaine.
I would like to thank the government of Senegal and the African Development Bank for having worked so much on this topic.
Invasion of Ukraine has created a massive additional shock to global food systems, and it has set us off track to meeting SDG 2 on zero hunger. This cost, as we all know here in this room, is borne disproportionately by Africa. And we know that the gender gap in food insecurity is widening. Women, as many of you know, eat least and they eat last. Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy puts women and girls at the heart of all of our programs and our financing. It's critical to strengthen the resilience of vulnerable households, particularly female-headed households, in order to adapt and recover from the disruptions that we're currently experiencing. Rural women are most affected by poverty, by food insecurity, and by climate change, and agriculture is their primary source of income. Some of the ways in which Canada has been working with our partners in Africa include Women's Voice and Leadership Project in Ghana, where women get access to arable land and financing, or in Côte d'Ivoire, where women producers are able to access credit, agricultural insurance, and techniques to deal with climate change. In Ethiopia, the International Finance Corporation, which is funded by Canada, is providing leadership training for women poultry producers. The Feminist International Assistance Policy works because over half of farmers in the world are smallhold farmers, and a vast number of those are women. Selon une étude de la FAO,
According to an FAO study, if women had the same access to resources as men, there will be less people suffering from hunger. It's simply because women are not recognized, and their skills are not recognized. To go back to your question, the partners of development must make sure that the development program encourages women to make a contribution. It is also crucial to invest in green agriculture, especially those that are held by women. And that is why Canada has spent $100 million to the AFDB for the facility for agricultural initiative. and for the small and medium businesses. Here in Senegal, the program that is led by the African Union is for intelligent agriculture and will be using solutions based on nature to fight against the desertification and deforestation. In this regard, it is essential to free and encourage the innovations that are led by Africans and scaling up the solutions in order to free Africa's potential in the production of food. All the efforts of all Africans, women and men, on an equal footing will be necessary.
So, Honorable Vandenbel, you mentioned interventions that your country is doing for women and girls in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Ethiopia. Can you just highlight some of the success stories so far that you're seeing from these programs?
So one of the things about our feminist international assistance policy is that it isn't about women just as beneficiaries. It's about women being an integral part right from the design, the implementation, and all the way through every project. And so what that means is that these are more sustainable, because we know that by tapping into women's knowledge, that there is no way that we can achieve the goals that we're talking about today when 50% of agricultural workers are women, and not including their knowledge, their contributions from the very design stage of any project. That's what that means. It's not just about making sure that women are the ones benefiting.
Thank you very much. And now I want to speak in a more broad sense. Of course, we want to make sure that no one is being left behind. So I'd like to hear from the USAID delegate here. I'd like to ask how America is actually scaling up its efforts to make sure that Africa achieves the transformation in food systems that it's looking for.
Well, thank you very much for the question, and I want to thank His Excellency President Sall and Dr. Adesina for convening us, for hosting us on this really important dialogue, and for the vision that was laid out this morning, which is ambitious but also doable. I think there's a lot of optimism that with the right policies and the right investments, the vision laid out is really possible, pragmatic and possible. I lead the Bureau for Resilience and Food Security at USAID, and in my new role, my first stop was just last week in Southern Africa, visiting Zambia and Malawi. And I was there to really look at how these many covariate shocks, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, high food prices, high fertilizer prices, the extreme climate shocks, and of course COVID-19, which has set us back by decades in terms of poverty, hunger, and malnutrition. But I was also there to really look at the investments that USAID is making on the development side to really fuel the kind of acceleration of progress that we're talking about here. And really, it feels like we're at an inflection point. Both the acute crises that we see, whether we see this famine stalking the Horn of Africa or crises in the Sahel, and then we also see all of the potential that is being laid out in the boardrooms here. And I think that it is that inflection point that really led President Biden to reaffirm our commitment to the African Union and the African nations through a strategic partnership at the African Leadership Summit last December. And that partnership is really twofold. It starts on that humanitarian side, looking to alleviate the worst impacts of the crisis right away. That includes more than $10 billion in humanitarian assistance last year, $2.5 billion committed in December as we work on the impacts and the needs to address those needs in the coming year. But it also has this medium and long-term focus that's really focused on addressing the underlying weaknesses in the system, right? We have this ambition, shared ambition with African nations to have a food system that's not only more productive, but more resilient and sustainable in the face of these climate shocks, more nutritious, more equitable. And that partnership is not just one that is catalyzed by development assistance, as we've been talking about, although it is an important catalyst. And you saw that our Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, was just on the continent calling for debt restructuring. You'll see our U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations arriving shortly with food security on her agenda. We have high-level officials from the Commerce Department coming to the continent. And of course, my sister agencies, the Development Finance Corporation, the Millennial Challenge corporations, all making major and important investments to really fuel the kind of transformation that you're talking about. So that's a little bit of alphabet soup about the U.S. government, but I think it's really important to sort of highlight that when President Biden launched this strategic partnership, he was talking about a vast array of different kinds of support that the United States government can bring to the agenda. And I just wanted to highlight 4 things from the USAID portfolio that I think I wanted to share in terms of our interest in how we can help to accelerate progress on the continent. The first is working with our missions around the world. We sit down country by country and really make sure that our investments are aligned with the visions of those nations. Within that, I'm very confident you'll see that our priorities are increasing the role of the private sector, like so many of you here, talking about farming as a business, the importance of a vibrant private sector. No amount of ODA is going to get the job done. So you're going to see a lot more financing, de-risking of investments from USAID. Our administrator announced at Davos a new $500 million fund that's meant to make it easier to partner with AID as private corporations seek to de-risk their investments. You're going to see us really working with regional bodies and nation states to advance smart regulatory and policy reforms that create the kind of enabling environment that the private sector needs. You're going to see us doing a lot more work to advance gender equity and inclusion. I repeat in English what my colleague said. If women had the same access to agricultural inputs as their male counterparts, 150 million people could be lifted out of hunger. It is worth saying twice. I did hear a panelist not long ago say the closest thing we have to a magic bullet in ending hunger is empowering women. And I think that notion of accelerating change is so important. And finally, I would just say that we've done $1 billion in $100 million, $150 million a year in research and development since the launch of our Feed the Future initiative in 2014. We'll continue to commit to that important R&D investment and hope others will join us in that. And that we are also trying to now, in light of this crisis, really accelerate access to innovative solutions to smallholder farmers. And in that regard, we announced a $100 million new initiative in response to the global crisis that really helps to link up innovations, whether it be improved seeds, fertilizer use efficiency, access to finance, and a variety of other wraparound services, particularly around improved agronomic practices, that we hope will really compensate in the short term, but also deliver a longer-term result.
Madam Esposito, I'm curious to hear a bit more about your trips to Zambia and Malawi, right? So you mentioned that COVID actually brought us back decades, right? And that's a very scary reality. Can you talk to us about what you saw on the ground in Zambia and Malawi and how people are trying to bridge this gap and move forward?
Thanks. So we met with some farmers who are telling us that they have moved down to 1 meal a day for their families, because they simply can't make ends meet, and that they are increasingly trying to figure out what sorts of crops might grow without fertilizer. So there's a little bit of a silver lining as people move out of maize and into things like soy, which don't require fertilizer and is a little bit more nutritious and is also good for soil health. So you see both the real downsides as people struggle to make ends meet for their family, and you see opportunity that presents itself out of crisis. So those were 2 things that we saw. We met with a smallholder woman farmer, only 23 years old. She's planting improved soybean seed on her farm. She's going to quadruple her yields. She has a premium price for offtake. And when we asked, what are you going to do with this money? She said, business. And so you see the ambition and the possibility there.
That's great. Thank you so much for those success stories. It's so important to remind ourselves of what is being done. And on that note, I do think that this is a good time to recognize the Islamic Development Bank's contributions to helping Africa's agricultural transformation. Dr. Al-Jasser, there are too many projects to name that you all are doing, too many wonderful projects, but please, can you just give us some of the highlights of the bank's partnership with the African Development Bank and Nigeria to create special agro-industrial processing zones?
Thank you very much, and I want to thank President Sall and President Adesina for the invitation. As you know, the Islamic Development Bank has 57 members, 27 of them are African. So we are very much engaged and involved since the inception of the bank. Over the years, about $11 billion of financing has happened. Looking forward to the next 5 years, we have allocated about $7 billion that will be available. We have also, during the COVID, we had a special program for the member countries, about $4.8 billion. We also have, with the Arab Coordination Group, which is a collection of Arab development institutions, we put together a package for climate, addressing the climate problem that has become a major influencer of the food crisis. About $24 billion, 13 billion of them are by the Islamic Development Bank over the period 2030. So we have been very much engaged. You mentioned the special processing zones. We have collaborated with our partners at the African Development Bank, and it's going very well, and we're going to start also here in the Senegal. We have the south and the north processing zones that are also part of that development. We have also been involved in even smaller projects. For example, about women. We have a program in northern Nigeria where among pastoral society, and that's where women suffer the most. So we had a program where there is some of them that have these entrepreneurial skills, or at least desires, if not the skills. We have gone out, and I went actually in person to see them and to meet with them and to distribute those goats, those that have proven themselves to be able to manage a small business. We have given them goats that they can grow their own family business. We have done, women, for example, if you take Somalia, somebody mentioned Somalia, there are some villages that don't even have water, and they wake up their daughters to go in the morning 4 hours walking to fetch water for the family. So we had a program where we went to these communities and we dug water wells in the village and built a school next door also. So you can imagine how transformational
That's incredible.
that is for these communities. And the great thing, when I went to those pastoral societies, you could read in their eyes. They're just like saying, thank you for remembering that we exist.
Right.
And this is very important, so all of us that are in this business, we should go there and meet with the people and listen to them. Even if we didn't do much, but still just being there means a lot to them, that they are considered to be an important and an integral part of humanity and societies. So we have been very busy. We have been very busy also collaborating with Melinda and Bill Gates and others to fight disease. We have been, for example, one of the programs that we have that is very active is avoidable blindness. We've had thousands and thousands of operations done here in West Africa and other parts. And the doctors, the ophthalmologists are all volunteers from Saudi Arabia, from Morocco, from Tunisia, from many other places. And we do all the logistical parts. We provide that through some grants that we have. And you can imagine. I mean, I was told this story. I thought I would share it because it's really, I mean, I would never have thought about it. They say when you save this person's eyesight, you have saved the life of a girl too. Because usually they would have, if this person is blind or near blind, they will have one of the daughters of the family to be with this person. And so she has no life. She can't go to school. She can't do anything. So by saving that person's eyesight, you've saved the life of another girl also, so she can go to school and do something productive in her life. So we're engaged in so many different things here in Africa and in the rest of the member countries, and we're very, very proud of what we're doing. The only thing I would say is that there is only so much we can do. So all of us need to work together. But more importantly, and I think the presidents in the earlier session, they said it, you know, I think one of the presidents said, shame on us. He said, I think what he meant and what I subscribe to is that we need to make sure that whatever programs, loans, projects are well executed. And we need the governments to support the execution process and get out of the way sometimes, because sometimes they're not always helpful. I'm not talking about the high, I'm talking about the little bureaucrats that create problems. I think this is very, very important because there is a lot of work to be done in agriculture and every other area, and we see it day in and day out. And I'm very optimistic today because of what I heard from the heads of states, and we look forward to really completing this journey and making Africa a leading part of the world, not only feeding itself, but feeding the world, but also in other areas, because I don't want Africa to be just like the fruit basket. We want it to be a food basket, but to be other things too.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Dr. Al-Jasser, these pastoralists and farmers that you met in northern Nigeria, do you think that they have a sustainable business model in place?
Well, I think they do simply because they're there, and you need to help them in whatever, you know, you cannot tell them relocate and go to Lagos or go to Abuja or something. This is their life. So what is it that we can do to alleviate the hardship? So if a young mother with kids can get 4 goats and a kid, you know, so they can reproduce, you know, you could see it in their eyes. I mean, you know, that they have livelihood that they can generate and they can live off. And this is very significant in the lives, because when we say pastoral societies in the northern arid areas of Nigeria, you can imagine what type of a life they have. So this is significant in terms of their lives. And women's empowerment takes really a new dimension that we can help with. And it is not beyond our ability to help.
Thank you so much for that. Excellent, excellent. I'd like to now hear from France. Monsieur Rayu, can you talk about what the agency that you are heading is doing this year to scale up its efforts to support Africa's food systems and agricultural networks across the continent?
Bien, bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. My experience as the leader of French Development Agency, well, has been the same for 7 years. I share the same view as the president of the Islamic Bank. But I think that if you want to go a step further, we need 3 things. First of all, we need a new leadership. So I'd like to hail and acknowledge what was done this morning, which is going to continue all along this summit, the expression of the head of states, governance which is now emerging with the boardrooms, with the high-level councils, accountability, and like also to hail The impetus given by our friends Akin Umia, the president of the African Development Bank, with experience as a Minister of Agriculture, who proposed this framework, this political framework, which is a reference one, which in some regards looks at what we're establishing for the climate, with a just energy transition, and this policy supported by the heads of states, and beyond which we are all lining up. This is extremely important. It will work only if we have that commitment in place. Second thing, and we can feel it here, we need a new narrative, and I'm sure about that. A narrative about food sovereignty. It's quite a novelty in the discussions on agriculture to talk about sovereignty as we did today. This is very important, I think. We need a narrative investment in solidarity. We need to set aside the public development aid discourse and move towards things that are more active. We need also an innovation narrative. We saw this morning that this in Africa, there are things which are happening nowhere else. The urban population growth rate, unlike rural population growth, balances to be struck between household agriculture, agroecology, the needs for training, which is considerable beyond and behind this transformation. We need a greater yield, more production to feed Africa and also to export. We can also see some major political purposes emerging, like the Great Green Walls, the 3N program, Nigerian feeding Nigerian, the Congo Basin Forest Initiative. We present Chikilsi, all these major political initiatives which are going to foster greater mobilization. Let me land with the last thing, which we absolutely need to secure, and I mentioned this last, after leadership and the shift in narratives, while it's financial architecture for the financing of development. This is a must. We experienced this at the French Development Agency. We've grown in size over the past few years, and now we have about 1 billion investment committed every year into agriculture. We're diversifying our instruments. We have grants, we have loans, we have the risking tools for the private sector. We provide technical assistance also, but we're trying also to have a quite fine-tuned interventions to meet the demands and take up challenges. We are not all alone. We need something more agile, something more collective to address this market failure translating into financial issues. I'd like here to pay homage and tribute to all our colleagues working in public development banks. I'm thinking about African ones. We have about hundreds of such banks. We have 14 African countries with development banks dedicated to the financing of agriculture. I'm thinking about Credit Agricole in Morocco, Land Bank in South Africa, the National Bank of Agro-Development of Mali. I'm thinking about the Ugandan Development Bank, the Rwandan Development Bank, and the Agricultural Development Bank of Namibia, Zambia, Tanzania, the Senegalese Agricultural Development Bank, and BOAD, which is here, but the TDB Bank, the Islamic Bank, JICA, AFD, the African Development Bank itself. All these institutions convened in a movement called Financing Common, and which is available to you, heads of states and heads of governments, you ministers, to be mobilized, to mobilize the private sector. In the second phase, this is the purpose, and they are ready to be given a more ambitious mandate. President Emmanuel Macron launched an initiative for agriculture and convened a summit in May 2021 in the backdrop of crisis, and which proposes to hold in June in Paris, focusing on the sustainable financing issues, solidarity issues. He is preparing to bounce back on what is going to be done here in Dakar and take it a step further by the end of this year. Thank you.
See, is taking a multi-level approach to helping Africa's food systems. So I think that you can share some recommendations. Let's say that there is a development partner that is seeking to bring investments into Africa. How would you recommend that they go about it to guarantee success?
What is lacking are projects. We absolutely need to have an architecture originating, as we say in our banking jargon, producing more, originating more projects which are going to be funded by international financiers or local financiers who may be presented to the local financial markets. This is where we have to join forces and to add public resources, technical assistance funds in institutions which are to be more capable to propose or develop projects in a large number and also have the quality required and expected to reconcile the growth needs and also sustainable development needs and agroecological needs. This is a machinery we need. Today we're developing projects from Paris, from Washington, from Brussels, or maybe from Washington. We send out people who come to a field. That's not the way it should work. That's not the way financial markets should work. We need local banks, private banks, local public banks to do the work. Then we come to provide support and co-finance to move up to scale. We have to join forces between the private sector and the public sector. This is what we're trying to build up in this initiative. And I hope in some African countries we will be able to experiment some pilot project and show that it works at a larger scale.
Now to actually project forward, let's look at the next 5 years and let's imagine what can potentially happen. So I'd like to ask our panelist from Japan, what is your agency doing, sir, to actually bring investments to support food sovereignty in Africa over the next 5 years?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to appreciate President Sally and President Adesina for organizing this event, and thank you very much for giving opportunity to introducing JICA's work here. Obviously, food security is one of the priority areas in JICA, and last year, the Japanese government hosted TICAD 8, Tokyo International Development Conference on Development of Africa, and over the next and the Tunis Declaration was adopted there, which the declaration included the importance of support to African countries for sustainable agriculture, food system, and value chain development. Following this, with the aim of strengthening the resilience of food sector in Africa, which is facing complex crises such as climate change and malfunction of food system triggered by Ukraine war, JICA has launched JICA African Food Security Initiative. The initiative is to support African food security from four perspectives: food availability, food access, food utilizations, food stability. And the total budget of this initiative is 190 billion yen. That is about 1.4 billion US dollars. Under this initiative, we provide a total amount of 40 billion yen, that is about 300 million US dollars, food security emergency support loan, co-financing with AFDB, African Development Bank, supporting the provision of quality seed and fertilizers to make for maize, rice, and soybeans. And for long and more middle and long perspective, in order to improve food availability, we are especially focusing on the rice production of Africa, increasing rice production of Africa. consumption of rice is rapidly increasing, and at the same time, the import of rice are increasing rapidly. And we think it's very important such import need to be replaced by domestic consumption in order to improve the food security in Africa. Since Japan has a rice country and we have accumulated a lot of knowledge in rice, so supporting rice production in Africa is one of the JICA's priority areas, and in this sense we are promoting CARD initiative. CARD is short for Coalition for African Rice Development, and promoting CARD initiative is one of the major JICA's area in supporting the African agriculture. And second is the nutrition. JICA has launched, in cooperation with all the NEPAD, initiative called IFNA. IFNA is short for Initiative for Food and Nutrition Security in Africa. And through IFNA, JICA is helping to improve the nutrition in Africa.
And sir, if I can just come in on that moment, you mentioned nutrition.
Yeah.
We've been talking a lot about numbers and giving figures like billions and millions and trillions. We've also heard our panelists talk about the need to see agriculture as a business. But we also have to make sure that this is a human right, access to nutritious food. So how can we make sure that the business does not actually conflict with the human right and the need for all to access nutritious food, sir? If you can just speak more to that point, and I can also ask for our panelists to also talk to that.
Yes. I mean, the point of the nutrition we are tackling on is that the food security issue is not only about the quantity. That means only the production. Even the production is enough. The balance of the nutrition. If the balance of nutrition is not good, we don't think that the food security is achieved. And so in this nutrition project, there's a multiple set of nutrition project works that sometimes to improve, to support the human resource development, that can contribute to improve the nutritious, and sometimes to provide technical support to cultivate the more nutritious, to diversify the crops which we think contribute to the improvement of nutrition. And
Thank you very much. I see some of our panelists shaking their heads and nodding in agreement. Any words on how we can make sure that agriculture is not only a business, but a human right as well? Yes, please feel free.
Thank you. Just to take that in a slightly different direction, I think when it comes to international investors, we would really advise that they work as partners with African countries and that they invest in the communities and the people that are around them. That it can't just work for the business, right? It has to work for the nation and it has to work for the people. It's good business, it reduces risks and volatility, it can increase market share, it can be very profitable, but it's also important, right, that we have equitable growth and that everybody benefits from it. And it's not an extractive situation, but actually one that's a force multiplier for economic growth that's more equitable.
Excellent. Mr. Al-Jasser?
Just to add a point, when we studied economics a long time ago, and political economy, agriculture was like the starting point for any economic development. Unfortunately, that seems to have receded into the back memory of economists, including myself, until I moved to the Islamic Development Bank. So, agriculture, as you said, is like a human right. Agriculture is where the first jobs are created. So when agriculture develops, that means people are on the land and having jobs. There's one country, a member country of my institution, that 75% of the population is rural. So if we really want to help that country, you know where to go. And rural, that means agricultural. So if you help them, they will have jobs, they will settle on the land, and they will have food on the table, and guess what also? They will even start producing extra. So the surplus will go to the urban areas, and then they can continue to the industrialization and all of that. But without this logical sequence that we studied early on, I think we would be spinning our wheels in some of these developing countries.
And speaking to that point, of course, it's very unfortunate that in many countries' development programs and budgets, the allocation for agriculture is quite minute. So just again to emphasize on your point. We only have about 5 minutes left, so at this time I'd like to ask our panelists to please share any words of encouragement on how to foster international partnerships that are very crucial to helping Africa to develop its food systems as we end out this session, please. Please, delegate from Canada.
Yes, thank you. While the challenges right now are great, I think that one of the things is actually more inclusive. So I think that there is a tremendous amount of potential. Somebody this morning made the great comment, you can't eat potential, and that's why we're here as partners to make sure that we're fostering that in a way that is done by communities themselves.
Thank you very much. We cannot eat potential, that's right. Okay, on to the next delegate, please. Just feel free, whoever wants to just jump in. Yes, from Norway.
Thank you for allowing me.
Some words of encouragement.
Okay, the discussion of, you brought up food security as a human right. Access to food is a human right we have not been able to provide for an increasing number of people throughout too many years. And I think one of the problems is how food has, I'm here as a representative of a development partner, but I'm also a politician. And I think part of the problem is that food as a commodity has been, any other commodity that's been transported around the world, but food is so much more. And that is why, what I like, this has been a great day. What I like the most about this whole conference, you know what it is? The title. The concept of food sovereignty has not been discussed on the global agenda for many, many years. But food sovereignty entails more than just food security. It is food security, but it also entails how governments can ensure their population's rights to access to food. Their toolbox, if you put it that way, and that opens up a whole, new world of potential for development, job creation, etc. And that will be my final word. I think we are at this, we are at a momentum now. There is a game changer going on globally because we are talking about food sovereignty, which entails a lot more than what we have discussed on food security up till now.
So food sovereignty is just as important as food security. Honourable Mitchell, would you like to leave any words of encouragement?
I think just to add that we talk about food as a human right. It's obviously an obligation on any leader at local or national level to make sure that the people whom they have the privilege to serve are fed and have access to food. And we should bring everything we bear, the work of the private sector, the work of all parts of the system, to make sure that we achieve the food aims that are behind this conference today. And I think also the point that was made about technology being very important and invention. The we put quite a lot of research and development in Britain behind the sweet potato, which can now grow in very climate-challenged conditions. And, I'm very proud that that research meant that hundreds of thousands of people now, particularly children, are getting access to that. So we shouldn't forget the role of technology as well as all the other parts. And above all, we should remember the point about partnership, that we work together, that we have common gains. It's not about any form of ideological or technical compulsion. It's about doing it together, working in partnership and securing the gains and the victories that are behind the thrust of this conference today.
Excellent. So we must align on common goals. Dr. Al-Jasser, can you leave us with any words of encouragement?
Well, I was very happy to hear the heads of state making great commitments, including even confessions. I think that is a great start to really tackle the problem head on and achieve those goals. I don't think financing is a big issue. I think there is enough financing around. It's how to turn that financing into productive activity by small, medium, and large-scale food-producing enterprises. That is really going to be the challenge. And if the regulatory framework is going to be good enough to be more encouraging rather than discouraging for investing by domestic and international investors, then we will have this problem way under control.
So you're saying that the money is there, we have to direct it towards the right aim. Excellent. Thank you so much. And Monsieur Rioux, please.
Merci.
Thank you. A comment and an encouragement. The comment is that we should not put the issue of rights and business against each other. The experience of our institutions is that a project which functions well, which is impactful, which produces results, is because we have contributed to giving rights to people. And this is how we create value, and we create sustainable value. And this is how rights begin, rather than rights which are imposed. We need to create this momentum by the acknowledgement of rights, particularly rights of women and the different communities. This was my comment, and my encouragement is to once again invite all heads of state, governments, the African Development Bank to stay the course and try and have these right national frameworks, these compacts, the commitments of heads of state, this governance around agricultural policy, with the assurance that institutions, including my own AFD, will come forward to align themselves with the new nascent framework. That's extremely important to avoid any fragmentation and scattering of efforts, and to try and show that the reality is changing. Yes, the situation of populations is improving. Thank you.
Mr. Kubota, can you tell us what can we take away from this conversation, this very robust engagement, please?
Well, as I said, and I always strongly felt this way, that the only JICA, only one agency can doing very little impact. So what we need is collaboration, effective collaboration to do the big things. That's my word.
Thank you very much. Excellent, excellent. I have so many questions, but there's just not enough time. Can we give a wonderful round of applause for these distinguished persons? Thank you very much. And you may now exit the stage. Thank you so much. And I would now like to turn the floor over to Dr. Victor. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope that this was just as wonderful for you and informative as it was for me. Thank you very much.
2 mobile phones. Hello? Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, 2 mobile phones have gone missing. If you happen to have found one that doesn't belong to you and need to know where to send it to, please forward it to the podium here and I'll ensure that it gets into the hands of those that it belongs to. If you could kindly look around you, just by your seats, if there's a phone that doesn't look like yours, kindly intimate protocol or security. We would greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could kindly be seated, we are going to proceed with our next presidential panel in a moment. Kindly take your seats. So who is not?
So you have
André.
So
you will see.
He's not here?
Yes, he's supposed to be here, but I want André to help us.
Okay.
This is a protocol thing. Is Morocco
here?
here?
We need to know. Head of government of the Kingdom. Yes,
André?
should be. Who is here and who is not here?
Et que nous, si Mozambique in the room.
Et comme le Maroc est là, et s'il n'est pas dans la liste, on peut le rajouter.
Et nous, si Mozambique in the room. Central African Republic.
The president wants us starting very quickly, so we need to know.
DRC is now, he's here. Guinea-Bissau is here. Burundi is here. Morocco is here. Gabon she's here.